I think we all deserve to clap for ourselves thus far. So maybe before we start, Fatani Yambi, human rights analyst at UNDP, and could we have someone volunteer for an opening prayer, please? Amen. Thank you so much. So third day, it's the wrapping up for the workshop. Reflections across the room. Mr. Patrick, may you please come and assist us with a recap, but also maybe while he's coming, reflections across the room. What have we learned at this workshop?
Once again, good morning, everyone. I will take you through a recap on what transpired yesterday. Particularly yesterday, we focused on objective 2 of our training, which is on approaches and tools for accountable, ethical, transparent, and inclusive society. This is objective 2 of the training, and that's where the focus of presentations yesterday was. We started the day with a presentation on promoting multi-stakeholder engagement for ethical, transparent, and innovative public service delivery. More particularly, this presentation is more focusing on improving public service delivery through the promotion of multi-stakeholder engagement and collaboration. Further, it called upon the need for having an institutionalized platform on how institutions can promote service delivery. Further, it also touched on a project that is being implemented in the districts of Palombe and Nsanje on promoting citizen demand-driven impedance in terms of coordinating service delivery. So all in all, what this particular presentation was aiming at is to enhance the spirit of collaboration among public institutions so that we attain an efficient and effective systems and institutions in a bid to attain efficient public service. The second presentation, which was done by Professor Ndasauka, focused on building capacities and creating an enabling ecosystem for ethical and transparent societies. This particular presentation dwelled much on a framework for governance of ethics in organizations. And more particularly, it focused much on the ethics management in an organization. So Professor Ndasauka mostly emphasized on the need for having leadership and commitment as one of the requirements in this ethics management approach. The governance structure, which is also a critical aspect, in terms of ethics management, and also having independent or external assessment if we are to achieve a vibrant ethics management system in an organization. Other requisites were also highlighted: issues to do with ethics risk assessment, ethics strategy and policy, issues of institutionalization of ethics, monitoring, and reporting. So all in all, the ethics management approach presented by the prof is aimed at creating a culture of ethics in an organization. Not forgetting that we need also to take into account issues of qualifiers and disqualifiers for ethics in an organization, one of which is trust. The third presentation, which was done by Mr. Jambo, built upon the presentation by Professor Ndasauka, looking at on strengthening the capacities for ethical behavior, integrity, and accountable public institutions. Coming from the institution that delivers trainings, his presentation mostly emphasized on the need for capacity building and communication for ethical values in an organization. He also looked at the various instruments and regulatory frameworks that are present in the country, starting away from the Malawi Public Service Regulations, the Public Service Charter, the Malawi Public Service Code, and many other instruments that he advocated as tools that institutions need to reflect upon if we are to change the ethics behavior in our organizations. To wrap it up, he looked at key values that are critical in as far as the attainment of an ethical organization are, which include integrity, transparency, accountability, inclusivity, professionalism, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity, which if organizations abide and religiously follow these values, it means we would attain ethical organizations. Right at the end of the day, we also focus on integrity and ethics, on issues in public service delivery, for anti-corruption, for accountable societies, and also we looked at transparent and sustainable public procurement for sustainable development, focusing on good practices in Africa, where we also looked at issues of money laundering and the illicit financial flows, where we looked at Africa as losing a lot of resources through these illicit financial flows. We summed it up everything by engaging in group activities, trying to discuss issues on how we can break away on ethical dilemmas. So that's how our day progressed, but I will also give you an opportunity to share one or two things that you learned yesterday. So it has to be random. I'll give 1 minute this side and 1 minute on the other side also to share your experiences. So by way of hand, you can raise up your hand and share what struck you most from yesterday's presentations. So if I can't see hands, then we'll do like a guided volunteers. I can see Madam Pablo there.
Good morning, everyone. My take home yesterday was in Mr. Jambo's presentation, where he talked about us expecting corruption to be worse by 2045, is it? So I was thinking, is there anything we're doing to be ready for that or to change that? Is there anything at all we can do to change that? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other comment from what you learned yesterday? Okay, yes, Mr. Squese.
The experiences that some of us gave yesterday relating to situations where one is challenged of your integrity, not you as a service provider, but you are being served, and then you're meeting some situations where now the society or the interactions that you are having, they are the ones that are now challenging your integrity. Yeah, so that stuck me to say there are some situations that even though maybe you are trying to have that integrity, but some situations are forcing you, like the life-saving situations that we had. So it's really like a challenge to say we are in a society where really we are being challenged all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another hand on this side.
Yes, indeed, the experiences that we had cited yesterday were very good. And also the responses that we got from our team leaders, from the UN, from my brother in Ghana, these responses and experiences gave us comfort. But I would rather say, like yesterday, I talked about the trauma that you get when you are part of the investigation, investigating the corrupt acts. I would say that ACB and all other institutions that are responsible for this should also be coming up with equipping the people and also mentoring them, especially for the traumas that they go through. Because really, as I was sleeping yesterday, I said, indeed, corruption is evil. And I think evil is beyond sin. So we would ask those institutions to be equipping us to say, if you meet such circumstances, how do you go about it? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at my time. Looks my 5 minutes is up. Being an ethical person, I will not start stealing your time. So key takeaway message, even from the comments that I've gotten from the audience, is that we'll keep on being challenged on daily basis on matters to do with ethics. But what is key is that we have to be consistent in our actions, because if we lag behind, then issues to do with ethics and integrity, there are slippery areas we can always and easily find ourselves on the wrong side. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Patrick. I would like to now call Guy. Yesterday we had group discussions where we had activities that we discussed. So now would be the time for us to give feedback, sort of a plenary session with everyone. So Guy, please come forward to facilitate that. Thank you.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so as Fasan has said, yesterday we had this group work, which we are now supposed to report on. So the work was on ensuring ethical accountability and transparent societies, and it was facilitated by Juliet Sambo. So we are going to see what our role was to be done on the group work, and then after that, we are going to ask a group member from each group to give a presentation on what they discussed in their group. Okay, so the case study was about COVID-19 and public procurement in hospitals. So there was okay, so do we have to go to the questions or before? Yeah. Okay, so the case study involves Fasani and Temwa. So Fasani is the director of procurement in a large public hospital in a large city in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic, and is responsible for ensuring that the hospital has sufficient equipment and supplies to treat the large surge of patients needing medical care due to COVID-19. So next slide. The situation is dire and urgent as the hospital does not currently have the sufficient equipment and supplies to treat people coming in with COVID-19 symptoms. And also doctors and nurses feel vulnerable as they do not have sufficient personnel, protective equipment, and many of them are falling ill and creating staff shortage. So Fasani is under pressure and feels relieved when she remembers her old friend Temwa, who owns a medical equipment and supplies company called Wellcare. So Fasani, in that case, she calls Temwa, and at the end of the call, they have agreed that Fasani should order equipment from Temwa, which will be of ultimate priority. It will be prioritized from the other like the other small hospitals, and the Temwa in that case will receive a 10% discount on this procurement. So Fasan and Temwa has an agreement, and Fasan is very happy as she has managed to ensure that the hospital will have the equipment and supplies needed on time, and that she managed to save much needed funds for the hospital. However, in order to proceed with the deal with Wellcare, Fasan decides to bypass the hospital public procurement review board, as this would slow down the process by 2 weeks, a critical period which patients would die and doctors and nurses would remain vulnerable to the virus. So we had then the question that we were supposed to answer, is Temwa or Fasani act ethically? If so, why? If they didn't, why not? And what should she or he would have done? So that was the assignment that we were put in groups with. So this session will need members from each group to give their feedback, to report on their findings. So I don't know how many groups were there. There was a Jambo. Is Jambo here? The representatives of Jambo. Yeah, so maybe we can start with Jambo. So you can come forward if you are ready. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Good morning. Okay, I'm representative from Chambo Group. So the first question was, did Fasani act ethically? So the answer was no, on two reasons. So according to, as a professional procurement officer, Fasani was supposed to follow these procedures. So in this case, Fasani bypassed the public procurement review board, which is, we can say is IPC committee, and there was no fairness and competitiveness in the procurement that was done. So what was Fasani supposed to do? She was supposed to follow the procedures, and the secondary, she was supposed to declare a conflict of interest. The second part was on Temwa. Did she act ethically? So the answer is no. The reasons behind, there was no fairness in the procurement process. And the secondary, she bypassed the procurement procedures because everyone has a right. So since the other hospitals were on the line of the order, so she was supposed to allow the other hospitals to benefit too. So what was she supposed to do? She was supposed to inform Fasani that there are some hospitals that had earlier ordered the items, so she was supposed to allow those hospitals to benefit. Thanks.
Okay, so that was the Jambo group, and in a nutshell, they are saying that both Temwa and Fasani didn't act ethically. Yeah, that's in a nutshell. So we are calling upon another group. I don't know which group is ready. We have good work, the talk. Oh, walk the talk. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. At our group, we really recognize that this was a very challenging situation. However, in terms of whether a person acted ethically, we observed that she did not act ethically. One, because she did not follow the lead procedures, which control the procurement process. We are also thinking that probably in terms of time, she should have presented the issue to the board for their consideration in terms of the time factor, considering that this was an emergency issue. We also noted that the issues of transparency, fairness, honesty, and competitiveness were not respected. And a 10% discount could not still be justified because you need to compare the pricing of different suppliers. So whether a 10% was really a discount or something else, that does not justify the issue of her going for a single source. However, we said that she should have also maybe explored the possibility of single sourcing, considering that, assuming that maybe the suppliers of this equipment were limited, the reasons for single sourcing should have been pursued because it is possible to single source in this situation. But the justification for friendship cannot justify why she went for a single sourcing. For Temwa, we said, of course, she also did not act ethically because though she offered a discount, that does not justify in terms of the cost of the supply that she was going to make. At the same time, quality assurance could not be justified. So if she advised the colleague to seek for the bidding documentation, which would have been an open one, then probably she would have been justified. Thank you.
Okay, so that was walk the talk, and they're also saying that both Patsani and Temwa did not act in an ethical manner. So we go on to, your group is Umuntu. We'll go on to hear from Umuntu group.
From our group, we also agreed with what the others have said. We said both the Temwa acted unethically only on the fact that the supplier was a friend. But we looked at also procurement in an emergency. It allows for single sourcing. It also allows for jumping the processes and you ratify because it is a matter of life and death. So because it's a matter of life and death, the only mistake that Temwa made was that the supplier was a friend. So there was a conflict of interest. But the process probably was right because it was to save life. We also looked at what was the benefit to Temwa, because from the case study, it shows that he did not personally benefit from the process. So because there was no personal benefit, probably he acted in good faith because it was to save the life and it was a life and death situation. That was our discussion. The second one, we said the Fasani acted unethically because she prioritized a friend over prioritizing one life over the other, because the other district hospitals also had a life and death situation. So the queue was supposed to be followed. I think that's where we fought the Fasani. Yes, thank you.
So I think the Umuntu group, they have got two different views. They think on the concept of Umuntu, Temwa did act, although it was not ethical, but he acted right. But in Fasani's case, they are saying that because she prioritized the friend, then she didn't act ethically. Yeah, so another group which is ready. All right. The name of the group, which is
the one that failed to come up with the name. So I'm standing in front on behalf of Group 2. Just like the other groups, we also had the same sentiments about the two people, both Fasani and Temwa acted unethically. We'll start with Fasani. Fasani, being a responsible officer, acted unethically because he did not follow procedures for procurement. Apart from not following the procedures and avoiding the public procurement review board, he also decided to engage into business with a friend, which brought about the conflict of interest. As a responsible officer, he was supposed to be in the forefront to act ethically and follow the proper procedures by maybe liaising with the PPDA and declaring their situation and the intensity of the situation so that they could be considered for single sourcing, because this was an emergency which has affected the whole nation. For Temwa, we also think she acted unethically, considering that in business, you have to treat your customers with fairness. And also by, as much as it's a profit-making business, you also have to consider that each and every entity that engages with you have their needs that would need to be met. So for the small hospitals that were put behind just to accommodate Fasani's procurement for the bigger hospital, that was unethical. And also for Temwa to offer a 10% discount to Fasani, we feel it was unethical because it may influence future public procurement decisions from public officers, because they would always want to go back because they always have to pay less for something from that institution. Thank you.
All right, so that was group 2, which has got no name. By the way, Temwa is not a she, he's a man. Okay, so we'll go to another group. That one, what's the name of the group? Chikaridwe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm representing Chikaridwe group. In our group, as for Fasani, we realized that she acted unethically. And why? Because she bypassed the procurement process. And there was a question as to what would she have done. She was supposed to refer the matter to the Public Procurement Board, explaining the dire need for the PPEs and everything that was needed. And if at all, it was the responsibility of the Public Procurement Board to advise her otherwise as to why, as to how the procurement would have gone regarding that, with regard to the fact that it was a crisis. And for Temwa, we said again, she did not act ethically because he made an offer. And we are saying he wouldn't have made an offer of the 10% to entice the procurement process. Thank you so much.
Okay, so those were the views from Chikaridwe group. In a nutshell, they are also saying that they both didn't act in an ethical manner. Which other group? All right, there's, which group is that? Ethics 101, is it ethics or integrity 101? Okay, so you can come.
Thank you. For Integrity 101, in terms of Fasani, we concluded that it was an ethical dilemma for her. For her, I think. There were two sides to each. On one hand, we believe that there should have been procedures in place, even for an emergency. So the breaching of the procurement procedures perhaps is a lapse in the rules and regulations of the hospital. So that doesn't go in her favor. On the other hand, she acted quickly and efficiently at a time of an emergency. Additionally, the priority could have been to save lives rather than to follow procedures. However, she made her own decision without engaging the procurement board or other colleagues at work. And whether it was for good reasons, she also did not follow the proper procedure. She also concluded that it was cheaper because of the 10% discount, but did not compare with other prices. So that didn't really make sense. There was no transparency in how she acted. And also she's working on delegated responsibility. So that decision should not have been hers alone. On the other hand, if you look at unethical behavior, it was for personal gain, and even the 10% discount was going towards the hospital and not herself. And there's also the element of the conflict of interest with having Temwa as a friend. So for Fatani, there was no clear-cut answer. It was simply an ethical dilemma. But for Temwa, we believe that he did not particularly do anything wrong. As a business person, his priority is to maximize profits, which he did. Of course, there is that argument that perhaps there's favoritism towards other towards the central hospital in at the expense of other hospitals. But again, as a business person, his priority was simply to maximize profit. So it's very difficult to hold him accountable. Thank you.
Okay, so this group is saying that they are voting Temwa, I mean Fasani. First, they are also saying that because the issue was urgent, so there is a dilemma there, an ethical dilemma. But while the intentions were good, he didn't follow the right procedures. So they are still voting her, but they are saying that Temwa, because he's a business person and he was trying to maximize profits, there's nothing wrong with him. Is there any group which is left? I think all the groups have presented. Yeah, so I think I will hand it over to Fasani to continue.
Thank you, Guy. So maybe just a question, should business people not have ethical behaviors? Maybe just to build on the last presentation. As a business person, should you cut corners because you're trying to maximize profit? I'll throw it around the group, maybe just around 1 or 2 responses.
Thank you. I think in the case study that we were given, I'm not seeing cutting of corners by the business person. Equally, the bigger hospital had a bigger need. We know also that the district hospitals had needs as well. So I'm not seeing the business person cutting corners, but I'm seeing the business person supplying. Had it been that maybe there was like non-supply, but there was supply, and obviously the district hospitals would also be covered in one way or the other. So, and he did not solicit or he did not influence, but it was just feeding to the demand. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Piri, any other response?
Maybe just a follow-up to your question to say, did the business people not supposed to be ethical? Maybe the other question, or what you may think about you as facilitators is, who checks the ethical behavior of our business people, or how can we reach out to them? Do they know what is ethical?
I think that's a good consideration. And there's another hand here.
Yeah, for me, all the players in the case and even the business people need to be ethical and act ethically. However, we need to give proper information to to the sellers, because as Madam Piri said, to say for our group, in fact, we're in the same group, we didn't see that this business person was conflicted. So unless those business people are given proper information so that they make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a need for information dissemination.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
In the first place, the question to ask is, do this business have a body to which they report to? In most cases, you find out that they don't have. To them, profit maximization, they are more driven by the profit maximization component. Now, I don't know for those groups that said he acted unethically. Which ethics are we talking about? Let me stop on that.
Thank you, sir. I think there's a wide understanding, therefore, that there's need for ethics in all businesses, in all areas of our lives. And I think the need for information on what ethics involves is not only for public institutions, because we could be public officers here, but perhaps we have a side hustle. Perhaps we have a business that we run. Perhaps in those areas as well, we also need to act ethically. I'm going to ask Dana to come in and sort of just summarize this particular session before we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think she just did a great summary on that. We find several diverse opinions, and I know they are frank opinions too, because sometimes we have this dilemma that maybe based on my position or based on the particular circumstances, I should act in a different way. But I see that the principle should be same, whether in a private capacity, whether in an individual capacity, whether in a public capacity, is same. Stealing is not good, whether private or public. Cheating is not good, whether private or public. Cutting corners isn't good. But we find that one way to breed corruption and ethical behavior is when there are emergencies and crises. And that is where public officials, including individuals, want to use it, because there is an emergency, there is survival issues, there is a necessity to get something done. So people feel that, okay, based on this, we can, because everybody's thinking about survival. But the dilemma also comes in that, should we let people die and do the ethical thing, or should we be unethical and save lives? And that is something we have to put in our conscience and let our conscience guide us wherever we are. And we look forward to a day that corruption could be wiped out. Yeah, I know it's impossible, but something we can work towards. Because I know you mentioned again that the corruption should be considered more than just evil. It's above evil. It's something we shouldn't tolerate, because it's just like denying other people. People die because of corruption. Accidents are happening because we have bad roads. People are dying because somebody has pocketed the money that was used to that was supposed to be used to provide a hospital. So the number of people dying from corruption is more than some of the wars being fought globally. So we should think around it in a way that we find corruption so bad to the extent that we can't even equate it to evil. Thank you very much for the great submissions, and thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Dana. I love the simple presentation that I think yesterday Mr. Jambo put up. I'm thinking this would be a great, nice and concise way of summarizing ethics and integrity. Tell the truth, be accountable. He talked about meeting deadlines. He talked about value cultural diversity, respect workmates, be accountable for your actions. There are little things, tell the truth. It's something you can put even in a jingle if we really wanted to. So let's always at the back of our minds reflect on this to say it's a very important thing to act ethically. Our next presentation is by Mr. Thomas Mugiwa. Mr. Mugiwa is the acting Auditor General of the Republic of Malawi since 2018. He has more than 20 years of experience in the public sector. He has worked with the health sector for over 10 years. He has also worked as the head of the Central Audit in Malawi. In 2013, he became the Accountant General. In 2015, he joined the Supreme Audit Institution of Malawi as the Deputy Auditor General before being promoted to Acting General in 2018. So Mr. Mugiwa is annually responsible for the following: around 50 votes across 20 ministries, 35 local counties or councils. He's also responsible for over 20 state-owned enterprises, about 15 treasury funds, about 10 foreign missions, and numerous forensic audits, including COVID-19 resources. So during the long, successful journey of his professional career, Mr. Mugiwa has closely worked with UNDP, IMF, World Bank, GIZ, KFW, African Development Bank, EU, among others. Mr. Mugiwa is a fellow in the chartered certified accountant with the United Kingdom since 2004. He has a master's in finance from Coventry University and some offspring qualifications in the form of advanced diploma in hospital management from the University of Nurem, Germany, plus a bachelor's degree from the University of Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mugiwa.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And thank you, Madam Honorable Ombudsman, and all other protocols in this room. I'm very glad and grateful that you have invited us to this workshop. As a National Audit Office, I think we have been well represented by the Director of Specialized Audits. So it is my honor now to introduce Mr. Charles Masea. I know you have been with him, but since we have taken the show to be in front of you, please, Charles, can you stand so that people can also see you? Yeah, so maybe people would say when he said Fatani, when she was talking about my bio, there was nothing reflected on my social life. Said what type of a person? Auditors, not social human beings. No, we are. I'm a fan of football, but I didn't put in my bio because my team is not really doing well. So I have not been transparent on that front. And also, I also love watching Formula One. I think some of you know what Formula One is. So in terms of the overview, I'll talk about the legal mandate of Supreme Audit Institution in Malawi. I also talk about some key players in public finance. I think during your 3-day workshop, you have tackled some of the players, but I also talk about them from the perspective of National Audit Office. I also talk about transparency as we see it from an audit perspective, and what is the role of SAI Malawi as far as transparency is concerned. I also talk about the accountability issues and probably the accountability institutions, which I know you are very well conversant with them, but probably what is it in terms of the role of National Audit Office when it comes to accountability issues in Malawi. And finally, we'll talk about some stepping stones. I think with my experience in Malawi, working with the Accountant General and also the National Audit Office, there are some things that I would like to share with you moving forward. I know a certain lady mentioned that you were informed that in 2045, corruption will be worse than today, which is very, very dangerous statement. But anyway, probably that's the reality in which where we are going. And I also had a question to say, are institutions supposed to be unethical? If they are, what type of systems are there to cross-check unethical institutions? One of them was the Competition and Fair Trading Commission. Basically, their role is to ensure that there's justice and fairness when organizations are competing in business. So in terms of the law and the ethics, I know issues of ethics you have taught a lot, but I'll talk about the law. Section 184, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi is the provision that establishes the office of the Auditor General. So it is a constitutional office, and the name Supreme emanates from the constitutional and the legal backing. So it says that the Auditor General shall audit and report on the public accounts of Malawi. Section 6, subsection 1, now defines the scope of the Auditor General, that he or she shall examine transactions, books, accounts, and other public records of every ministry, statutory office, agency, board, commission, bureau of the government, and public funds received by a non-profit organization, including relevant international organizations. So you see that this mandate is very, very broad. And I think we have had issues with non-governmental organizations to say we should audit them. But using this mandate, as far as those funds touch on public resources, the Auditor General is mandated to audit those resources. So that's where our supremacy comes from in terms of the Public Audit Amendment Act. So one of the issues is access to information. So the Auditor General shall have full access to all, at all reasonable time, to all documents, books and accounts, public funds, public securities, government contracts and books, and it goes like that. So I think the catchword is the reasonable time. If I meet you at the shopping mall as Auditor General, don't give me that information, because that's not a reasonable time for me to get that information. But sometimes we have got auditors who are overzealous. You meet in church, say, oh yeah. Actually, by the way, I wanted those documents. So I think after the church service, can you pass by the office and give me that information? Tell them this is not reasonable time. So that's the issue of access to information. Because I think as I move on with the presentation, you'll find that you are not transparent if you are not accessible. Because there are people who want others to be transparent, to be accessible, but they are not accessible and also transparent. So that's the golden rule. So the Act gives us that mandate. And the same Act tells us that if someone doesn't give us information, there are also penalties, legal penalties within the Act. So the Auditor General has a master key to all public information in Malawi. In fact, we don't need even to ask you to some extent. because he also gives us a mandate to subpoena. We can get information for your personal account if we're doing such an investigation without you even knowing because of the same act. But of course, we don't need to abuse this. There's caution to everything because, you know, personalities are different. But I'm just giving you the broad interpretation of the matters. So what are the key players in public finance? We have got the SAI, which is the National Audit Office, as one of the players. We have ministries, departments, and agencies, which are our main clients. And the relationship between the client and us is where transparency checks are. I'll define as go to the next slide about that. And what comes out of the transparency check is where now issues of accountability comes in. So I've got the main accountability institutions. I've got the Ombudsman, we have got judiciary, we have got parliament, we have got the Anti-Corruption Bureau. But this is where sometimes we are not doing well as a country on accountability. Transparency, it's easy to say, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. But on accountability, I think we still have a long, long way to go. And I'm sure this workshop touched on that. And those who had learned something on that, I think they will implement. Because there's no reason to have a 3-day workshop, resources available. We go back, we continue doing the same things. So I'm sure that when we go back, we will have to change. So in terms of transparency, I think you can see the glass. And you see that there are clouds that you see through the glass. So that's the imagination of transparency. If you see something after the glass, that glass is not transparent enough. So in terms of a basic definition, transparency is the widespread availability of relevant or reliable information about financial position, governance, and value of public entities. So information should be widespread available, and it should be relevant. Don't give people information that is irrelevant, and it should be reliable, that information. And it talks about the financial position of an institution, a governance arrangement, and even the value of public entities. I'll give you an example. If Minister of Health was given like $10 million to pay for salaries, us as a SAI will go there and do a transparency check to say who was paid the salary and how. Were the salary rates correct? Did the target beneficiaries got the health service as expected? And it goes and it goes. So those are the questions that will go when we are doing the transparency check. Now, what will be the output of a transparency check? The output of a transparency check will be the audit report. And you see from the other side of the picture, there is a dog, or a police dog, or a watchdog. How many of you keep security dogs? Or just a dog anyway? Maybe security dog is too much. Maybe just any dog. I think all of you. Why do we keep these dogs? I'm sure we keep them for a reason as a security. And if you go to our houses, you find that even our dogs are more healthier than us. Then we say, who is feeding who? It is for that reason that if something that has got life at stake for you, you have to invest in that. Because if that dog is not healthy, you are insecure. Sometimes I was in a shopping mall, I found someone pushing a trolley, dog food. And the bill was even 5-10 times what I was buying in that same shop. Then I said, people are really investing in dogs. Why am I bringing the issue of a dog? So that's why I'm saying that a SAI is a watchdog of a country. If a supreme audit institution is not given the healthy dog food, you are risking that country. In other countries, actually, a SAI is given a percentage of a budget. So if your budget is increasing, the risk of that SAI, of that country is also increasing. And there's a percentage given to a SAI. So in terms of the transparency check results, about the issue of the Ministry of Health, the 10 million issue of salaries, some of the results that will come from that report will be issues of ghost workers, issues of overpayments, issues of diversion of salary funds, issues of some of the balances of resources not being accounted for. Probably only 40% of the targeted group maybe got vaccinated on COVID-19. I was very excited with this group issue, Muntu Power, Ethics 101 and the like. They were mentioning about the procurement. Exactly, these are real life issues. For those of you who are Malawians, you remember we produced the COVID-19 report, the 6.2 billion, and even the other two reports. Exactly, these were the issues that we found. People were doing procurement and they were saying it was an emergency. But what you should know is the COVID-19 resources also came with guidelines, emergency guidelines. There was someone who mentioned that in emergency, you can jump and cut corners. No. There's nothing like that. People already envisaged that this is an emergency, let's create proper guidelines. So what I'm trying to say is even in an emergency, there are regulations as far as ethics are concerned. But people take advantage to say, no, we're in emergency. But you go down, people are not getting the health service. So we say, what type of values or ethics were you applying in the name of emergency? To me, I don't believe that there's an emergency, and there will never be an emergency. It's just people taking advantage of a situation. So what is the role of SI as far as transparency is concerned? So us as the National Audit Office, what is our role? Our role is to have clear know your client. We can't audit UNDP if we don't know the regulations about UNDP. Never. So our role is to ensure that we know our client, we know the mandate, the policies, the laws, the regulations. As I said, when we're auditing the COVID-19, we had to read the COVID-19 guidelines because there's no point to audit a client when you have no basis of their regulations, programs, projects, and even challenges. Sometimes know the challenges of your client. Don't just go say, I'm an auditor, you didn't do this. Sometimes understand the challenges that they are facing. So the second role is to produce transparency check results, which are clear, stubborn to be challenged, and even objective and evidence-based. If you read our reports or any audit report and the issues that are there, they are not very clear. I think the SAI is not doing their role as far as transparency is concerned. Don't just rush to say, you did not do this. Do you have evidence? Because we are not accountability institutions, we are more of doing the transparency checks. So that's one of the role of a SAI as far as transparency is concerned. The other issue is to ensure that the transparency check results should be timely reported with the practical recommendations. Don't just say they did this. Yes, it's good, but what were they supposed to do better? We should also have an advisory role. Don't just blame everything. Say, no, they didn't do this, man was swindled, these people, but what were they supposed to do better? So that's why you should understand the challenges of your client. So transparency results should be accessible to all stakeholders, especially the general public. And it should be understood. Yeah? People say, no, the opinion is fair, it's true. But do you think people in the village will get anything out of that? Okay, what is true? What is true in this report? When they are saying that someone has swindled, what is true? So the report should be very clear to someone in the village to understand that indeed these are the issues. And I think that's also the area that we have not done well as SAI Malawi. And it is also within our strategies to ensure that probably the audit reports could be in vernacular, not the whole audit report, that the key issues should be in the vernacular language, probably in programs, in the community radios, because these are public resources. They're not resources of people in Ilongo or people like just like you. You and me, we can read the report, but do you have even the time to translate the same report? Because even some of us, they have even challenges to understand what is in the report. So we should be communicating. So that's why I'm saying that the report should be accessible to stakeholders and it should be in a manner that is understood. So that's accountability. And that's where we are good at. It is you. It was you. Had it been, it was me. Had it been, it was us. So that's issues of accountability. And that's why I mentioned that as a country, this is where we are not doing well. So accountability is the way at which individuals or organizations are held responsible for the actions and decisions they took. And that's why when you are being assigned a job, understand the responsibility of that job, because at the end of it, there's accountability that will come to you. If it's something that you're not supposed to do, please say, no, this is beyond my scope. But most of us, when there are financial benefits, we grab everything. Yes. I can also even be a pastor. I know I can also be, but there will be accountability after that. Will you be able to challenge the accountability issues? So as a SAI, we produce a report to Parliament through the Ministry of Finance. That's the constitutional provision that allows us to do that. We also produce a report to the head of public service, Secretary of the Treasury, and also the President. Because these are the institutions that are supposed to exercise accountability. For us, we have told them, public resources, COVID resources, no, someone did this, the prices were overrated. We have produced the transparency check results. Now, accountability institutions should come in and do their role. And that's why I'm saying, if this is not done seriously, we'll be having these workshops every day, yeah? Having the Ubuntu groups every day, but we will not move. We will not move even an inch. So one of the accountability institutions is the judiciary. So I hear the keynote speaker was Justice Kapindu. So is from the judiciary. So they are one of, oh, sorry, Your Honor, I didn't see it. So it's one of the institutions from on the accountability institutions. So judiciary determines if the transparency check results, what we have produced, are indeed linked to the person being alleged to be accountable for. So there's a balance of transparency and accountability. That's the pendulum of justice. It is a tricky situation. That's why you find there's a defense lawyer, there's also another lawyer. Both of them, they were in the same school, challenging same scenario. And if our transparency check results are not clear, have no evidence, are ambiguous, then at this level, things go different. That's why our role as a SAI is to make sure that whatever we are releasing, it is stable, especially at this level. For instance, if we go to the example that I gave, so was Mr. X overpaid or just paid more by Minister of Health? So that's what they will be asking. Can you defend your case? Was he really overpaid or he was just paid more? You know, there's a difference, eh? Who would want to attempt the difference? What is the difference of being overpaid and paid more? Yes. Don't use overpayment because only both there's overpayment. You have been overpaid or you have been paid more, the difference. No, but you were right. Just continue. I don't want to interrupt you.
For example, payroll. Sometimes you'd have forgotten to remove another transactional head. Then in the next month, you'd be able to adjust and then maybe remove that. Then the opposite of that is intentional, whereby the overpayment is basically intention for personal benefit. Yeah. Where you are conniving with someone to get an overpayment.
So she has touched it. Yeah, she has just touched it. In my secondary school life, it was a small institution, not more than 150 from Form 1 to Form 4, so we could know each other. So almost every day there was a roll call. So a roll call like this, so they'll be saying, Thomas Makiwa, present. I think you have done that. But when I'm not in that roll call, we used to cheat a roll call. So people would say, Thomas Makiwa, someone say, present. So the person managing the roll call would say, can you stand, Thomas? So Thomas is nowhere to be found. So if salaries are paid based on a system like that, you can beat a system. And you really know that you did not attend that workshop, but someone signed an attendance register for you, and you ended up getting money from UNDP. That one is you have been overpaid. Because you actually know the source of the money and what has happened. But sometimes you are here, you don't even know the rates of UNDP, you don't even know the exchange rate, you just see the money in your account. Then someone said, no. Actually, we use the rate of a pound, not a dollar. That one, we were just being paid more. Is that clear? That one, you were just being paid more. But if us as auditors, when we're doing the security and the transparency checks, would just say Mr. X was overpaid, then they are now asking us, was he really overpaid or just paid more? Then we said, no, we'll come back. We didn't do a good job. So you get what I'm saying? That us as auditors, as a SAI, we have got a role to make sure that the accountability institutions make proper decisions with information that is stubborn. Yeah, so we have to clarify the transparency check results to Parliament, Judiciary, the Executive, law enforcement agencies, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Fiscal Police, and AFIA, etc., etc. So we should also, we have a role to provide the timely and accurate evidence when required by organs exercising accountability roles. I pity with them. Sometimes they'll say, Office of the Auditor General, you have got your report. Can you come to us and explain what happens? People now shun away. They're nowhere to be seen. But it is their report. So we should be able to provide that information to the accountability institutions, because for them, they were not part and parcel of the transparency checks. No. I don't want to be, people think it's me. Now, we are back to the same position. We also act as the expert witness in courts. That's also the role of a SAI. So I've mentioned about the role of a SAI as far as transparency is concerned, the role of a SAI as far as accountability is concerned. The COVID report, there are issues. Someone has to take someone responsible. But probably it's an African mood where we don't want to be seen as bad. But why do we take these positions? These are not positions for, I wanted to use another word, but these are serious positions. Accountability institutions, people who work in accountability institutions, literally they have no friends. I mean, someone was saying, I think it was hard to say, if our institutions should also sympathize with us, the situation that we face when we're doing these investigations. You go to a social forum, so everyone is leaving, you're alone. So no, you just found us leaving. No, you just found us leaving. You are alone, literally alone. Sometimes even family members will even leave you. So that's why accountability institutions, we have to take action, because the general public expects us to do more. What are the critical success determinants? Core values. I've talked about, you have been talking about ethics, and you keep on talking, you die talking about ethics. Ethics is core. You can have degrees, you can be a professor, even, but if you don't have ethics, your profession is doomed. So ethics is paramount. Accountability, I've talked about it. So ethics and integrity of auditors in bringing out what is not transparent is important. Sometimes auditors can go to an institution because maybe they don't have ethics, they will not give out what is not transparent. And the moment that is done, accountability institutions will not even do anything because the results are not there. Ethics and the integrity of officials in MTAs in putting the priorities of citizens first. You have just talked about the issues of emergency. These are the people who don't have integrity, but they have got their life at stake. So if they say, indeed, these are COVID vaccines, they will procure vaccines that are going to expire in 2 days. Billions and billions of money, procure those vaccines. At the end of the day, the citizens are not there. There is no integrity. There are no ethics. So ethics of parliament, judiciary, law enforcement agencies, by being impartial in holding individuals and organizations accountable. If you have the same sin, like mine, we should be treated the same. Those are issues of ethics. So what are some of the stepping stones? In other SAIs, what they have done, the transparency checks and accountability, they're in the same institution of SI. So what it means, the head of SI is a judge. Yeah. So the results are there, then they say, yes, come. They pass a sentence and you are jailed within a SI environment. The advantages and disadvantages of that, well, some of the advantages is that at least you have the transparency checks that you developed and you're able to understand them, because I think as we move on, you find that people go scot-free on technicalities. Purely technicalities. You know that this person actually stole this man. But those questions say, was he overpaid? Was he paid more? They start those questions. The person will go scot-free. But with a court of auditors, that thing cannot happen. Because the people who develop those check results are within the same institution. So that's what has happened. France has got that model. Gabon has got that model. Mozambique, they've got that model. Lebanon, they've got that model. Cameroon, they've got that model. So it's not something that is not being practiced somewhere. But it takes a lot of maturity. Because now you have risked the issue of ethics in an institution. They do the transparency checks, they also do the accountability. Citizen engagement, this is also one of our strategies that we are doing to ensure that we involve the general public. Sometimes we have come from a situation where probably we have not worked properly with the civil organizations in trying to give us some hints on the areas to audit. Sometimes we just do, yes, we'll do audits year in, year out, but probably we are not addressing the needs of the general public. So moving forward, we'll be doing an engagement with stakeholders and we will make sure that this relationship is not also abused. But there's a risk in involving some of the civil service, civil society organizations. But I think that will be technically handled. So that at the end of the day, when the transparency check results come out, when Parliament are deliberating, at least the citizens, they know that these are the issues that wanted to find out what has happened. And lastly, the issue of follow-up. There is gold in follow-up. Sometimes we say we have done our part, let others do their part. I think that principle is wrong. Let's collectively do the same things. So we follow whatever we've been doing and how those things have happened. And we think that in doing that, we'll be strengthening our issues of transparency, we'll be strengthening our issues of even accountability. Otherwise, thank you very much for giving us this audience. And I'm sure that we have shared with you our roles as a SI. And as I said, the Charles is around. If there's some technical issue that you want to understand to know from us, we are free to share with you. We have got our website, www.nao.gov.mw. If you go there, you'll find all the reports that we have been issuing in their original state. So don't call us and say, can you share with me this report? No, the reports are on www.nao, like now.gov.mw. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makiwa. He has talked about very important roles that the Auditor General Office has. Perhaps maybe we could have a round of questions for him. Perhaps Mr. Makua, you left too soon. You might want to address questions.
My question is, I understand, I thank you for the good presentation, and also I thank you for the wonderful job that the Auditor General does in Malawi. Yeah, but my concern is on from what I have understood and from the few parastatals I've worked, I have noted that the Auditor General work is only limited in most cases to the ministries, and you let the parastatals be audited by external auditors, and maybe you just sit in the audit and risk committee of the boards for these parastatals. So I don't know whether it's due to limited resources or what, but why don't you go further and also do a thorough audit for these MDAs, especially the parastatals, which I'm very familiar with? Because I'm saying this because mostly in most private, I'm not trying to pick any audit firm in the private sector, but I'm looking at, you might find that the guys maybe who are auditing you this year, they're just fresh graduates who might not have the intricacies of maybe the financial transactions and the other things. And what they concentrate is, we just want to see the joiners. Where is the title deed? You know, every year title deed, joiners, leavers, and all that. But following up a transaction, for example, to say, okay, there was a minutes, IBDC minutes, there was a delivery note, was the item really delivered? Because they just concentrate on the these other aspects, whether as long as the delivery note is there, it means the item was delivered. But so I think, I don't know your role as the Auditor General Office in terms of how you want to explore further to also do the actual auditing rather than just sitting in the audit and risk committees of these boards. And I think, yeah, so yeah, mostly I haven't seen on the corruption aspect. I think it's mostly the SCB that is involved much in terms of investigation, these corruption things, but not necessarily emanating from the audit reports. Because one of the things I think with the private firms, for example, if I'm working for an MDAX and I advertise I'm looking for auditors, if they have picked some issues, I might negotiate, maybe delaying their payments and all that. In the end, they might not be able to report real issues which happens. And these issues are only picked up by maybe ACB and the other agencies, and not the FIA and other agencies, and not specifically the either internal or external auditors. So I don't know, how do you ensure professionalism in terms of, I know you cannot speak for the internal audit unit, but you are still in the same boat of auditing. So I don't know how you can ensure that these internal auditors and also the external auditors are empowered to bring out real issues compared to AC being involved in most of the issues and not specifically the external auditors and the internal auditors. Thank you.
Can take those two questions.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll start with the first one on issues of parastatals or state-owned enterprises. When I was talking about the mandate, the legal mandate of the office, on section 6, subsection 1, I mentioned all those, and I think you saw that parastatals are there, meaning that the Auditor General is the principal auditor of parastatals. For information, there are even other parastatals that we audit. For instance, MACRA. MACRA is directly audited by our office. And private auditors, before they are engaged to audit parastatals, they get an approval from our office because they are auditing the parastatals on our behalf. When they have produced the report, we also go through some professional checklists on how they have done. Probably it's an area that I want to discuss more. So why have we not audited all the parastatals as a SAI? The issue is the limitation on finances and also limitation on the numbers. But in our functional review that is being developed, that is a thing that will be sorted out. We might not take all the parastatals at once, but at least those parastatals that we feel we need to start with as a priority, they will be under us. As we grow, I'm sure all the parastatals will be audited by our office. Our neighbor Zambia, they've got a staff complement of 700 auditors, and us, we only have less than 250. But if you talk about the population of Zambia and us, we're almost head to head. So it is an issue of numbers, and the functional review is going to address that. But thanks for your observation. Indeed, it is also something that we have also observed. On the issue of corruption, that we hear more from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, but not much from the internal or probably the external auditors. I should also mention that we have got a relationship, even with the office of the Ombudsman, whereby some of the issues that are handled with these accountability institutions actually emanate from us. But I think it's unprofessional to say, no, don't leave us when you're mentioning that you have done this, don't leave us. But some of the information comes from different sources. And if it's a corruption issue that we have seen at the time of audit, we share that information with the institutions that deal with corruption. If are issues of maladministration, we also share with the institutions that deal with the issues of maladministration. So we have got a very healthy relationship with the institutions. And if at corruption stage, they see that the issue is not a corruption by definition or nature, they also refer those issues to us for audit. So it is both ways. So I think that should give you comfort that we also see these issues. If you see that the prices, there was an issue of collusion at audit, then this is a corruption issue. Then we refer those issues to the institutions that are supposed to do corruption. I'm sure I've handled your questions. Internal audit, I think from what you mentioned, I was also the head of Central Internal Audit in Malawi. As external auditors, when they produce a report, they also share with us. So when we are also conducting our audit, we have got a fair appreciation of the gaps in terms of internal controls of that particular institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe another round of questions.
Thank you, Auditor General, and thank you that at least you've already started what I wanted to ask. That's the relationship with the accountability institutions. My question is on mostly with the Office of the Ombudsman, which will still go through on issues of compliance to determinations. And when the Office of the Ombudsman make their determinations, there is a period within which MDAs have to comply. say the issue of salary arrears. And you know, the process, it has to go to DHMG, your office, the treasury for funding, and vis-a-vis the funding period. Now, with this, we have observed that MDS don't comply within the period within which they were given, because it has to go through many processes. Now, I don't know what National Audit can say with this relationship with all these accountable institutions, so that determinations are complied within the specified period.
Maybe another question before you respond.
Thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. On the role of SAI and transparency, I think you mentioned that you haven't done very well in terms of engaging the public, but I just wanted to find out, what are your plans to expand the opportunities for public engagement, especially during the implementation of the plans and legislative discussions, as well as crucially executive implementation of the audit recommendations? Because again, we have seen, I think, a lot of leakages coming out. This means that there's a problem somewhere, but I think if the role of SAI is enhanced, particularly to engage the public, we would have some of these issues sorted out. So what are your plans for engaging the public? Because I think now with social media, it's important that really you must have those plans in place.
Thank you. I have a rather tricky question for you, but I'm sure you manage it. It's on the appointment of the Auditor General. My understanding is that for quite a while, that office has not been substantively occupied. And what I keep on wondering is why. So the first question is why. The second question is, as I read the law, the Amendment Act, it says that a person who holds the office of Auditor General in an acting capacity should not do so for a period exceeding 6 months. So in the event where you don't have a substantive office holder, does it mean every 6 months acting Auditor Generals are being appointed on a rotational basis? So what is happening? Because that seems to be what the law is saying, that a person shouldn't be acting for more than 6 months. And then water. And the last one, so all these are correlated questions, is that we haven't had a substantive office holder. Again, as I read the Amendment Act, it says a person who is designated to act should have the same minimum qualifications that the substantive office holder must have. So why are we having difficulties just confirming those who are acting? I'm just wondering, because this is in the public domain, you know, and it's at the same time we are talking about institutions here, and that we need to be transparent to the nation. And it seems as if the public is not being, you know, fully apprised of what exactly is happening in that key constitutional oversight institution. So maybe you might wish to highlight what are the issues there. So thank you.
Can I take this first?
Yes, I think Mr. Goy can take those, and then we'll take. Yeah.
Definitely, I'll start with the easy ones. No, don't feel offended that yours is an easy one, but I will just go randomly. I think there's an issue of determinations to say you give determinations and it's a law, it has to be complied, but you find that the system takes time to comply with those determinations. We have observed that I think some of the processes are indeed red tape. I think there's a lot of bureaucracy along. And Madam Honorable Ombudsman will agree with me. I've written her office that stakeholders that are involved in compliance of this nature, SAIs determination, we have to have a meeting and see how best this needs to be resolved. In our office, I've talked to you about the numbers. We are very thin on the ground, and this is a process. And I'm sure that Madam Honorable Ombudsman will convene this meeting as quickly as possible. And I'm sure that that's the only resolution to this. So we have already taken some steps as an office. We have also observed the same issue that you have observed, that we don't have to have non-compliance on determinations again, because we're also coming from a non-compliance of a certain issue on my administration. So I think that will be sorted out. On the issue of engagement of the public, as I said, it is within our strategy. We have been in touch with World Bank because they have done this in Kenya on citizen engagement, and we are working together with them on how best we can do this. As I said, we have got a website. We'll be using this portal to get information from the general public on how some of the issues needs to be undertaken as part of our audit plan. But as I said, it's an issue that needs maturity. If Malawi is not at maturity level as Kenya, then the citizen engagement will not have value. Because we want to move together in a mature manner, in a professional manner. That's why I want to start with the issues of the strategy, issues of orientation, issues of people to understand this concept, so that at the end of the day, it should be seen as if we did not see some of the challenges that come with the citizen engagement, but it is on our agenda. And we should be sharing with you some of the movements. That's why I'm saying the audit reports, if they are shared in a language understood by the general, but it's not just a matter of engaging them one way. They should also appreciate the feedback of the results that we have gotten through their engagement. So I'm sure it's a matter of being patient with us, but we are also very cognizant of that need. Then I can come to what I might call complicated questions. Of course, you mentioned that I'm sure I'll manage them. So I'm trying to manage the questions. Indeed, the appointment is exactly as I've mentioned by the law. Attempts have been made because the process is as follows. You have to advertise in the 2 local newspapers. The advert runs as an advert, people apply. Previously, people were not applying for these jobs. They were just appointed, like IG is appointed, your CJ appointed. But now you have to apply. So if you apply, you are shortlisted, the Minister of Finance will form a panel, an interview panel. So when he forms the interview panel, the first 3 or the best 3, if probably they're the same, the first and the best, probably they're the same. Those 3, let me mention those 3, their names go to the head of state, and the head of state chooses one of them, not the best, one of them. So but people should say, no, but you know, that boy is clever. That why? He chooses one of them. So when he chooses one of them, he appoints. Then that appointment is subjected to confirmation by Parliament, of course, through Public Accounts Committee, then Parliament. Now, the trick of this is people have to apply. So the adverts have been happening. People are here because I'm also not in the interview panel. I hear. So when I say I hear, I did hear. I hear that the candidates have not been forthcoming to apply for this job. So the advert runs, no application, then there's that vacancy again. Why? I think there are many schools of thought why people are not applying for this job. And I think that's the situation on the appointment. So I think government, some of you have read the vacancy of Auditor General in the newspapers, I think twice or thrice. So issues of application for the candidates has been what has brought us where we are now. So the law says 6 months. Yes, indeed, 6 months. So what happens when 6 months finishes? So there's a reappointment, 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 reappointment. So that is what is happening on the ground. What does that mean? I think that's the accountability institution. Yeah. So, and probably you have also mentioned, why are we in this situation? Why can people confirm people who have been acting, reappointed, acting, reappointed? That's also, I think, the decision of the accountability institution. In this case, I think people responsible for appointments. Should I leave it there for now? Are you convinced for now? I know you're not, but for now, that's what I'm saying, for now. But we can talk. You know, I'm around, we can take it to the end. But for, I think for the general public, for now. Yes, thank you for understanding me. But sure, before I leave, let's talk.
Thank you, Mr. Mukwe. I think in the interest of
Madam, you are the person.
maybe
You are the
the
organizer,
last
so
one.
you know.
Yeah, maybe the last one from Madam. There were more like
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, quite informative. I have two quick recommendations. Fatan, you recall, yesterday we were talking about strengthening the referral mechanisms. So you can see that there's already been some efforts, and maybe we can do better to really think around what we can do about this issue. Otherwise, we are not serving the people well when our referral mechanisms are in discord. My second one, to the acting Auditor General, is about exposing our staff in our respective institutions to basic knowledge about the other institutions, the other disciplines. So I felt bad when you said some of the losses, some of the cases at the point of accountability would be lost on the point of technicalities. I remember Justice Kabindu would agree with me when we're doing a resentencing process of people that had been sentenced to death some time back. We had to take judges to what we call the colloquium, because they don't like to be trained. So we disguise them as colloquia. We had to take them to a series of colloquia on the mental health issues, because we wanted them to take that into consideration when doing the resentencing.
So I'm wondering, why are we not exposing our respective disciplines? For example, people in my office to accounting basics, what to look for, what risks, how does an accounting risk look like, and so on. Vice versa, your people to the basics of criminal prosecution, corruption prosecution. What are the basics that we look for? So that way, really, we don't get people getting scot-free when they've squandered public money just because of a technicality. So maybe these are issues that we can keep exploring. Thank you.
I think most welcome. As I said, I think there's indeed a lot that needs to be done. And I think these key players in public finance have to work as a team. I feel very, very disappointed when I see issues moving out of our hand because someone somewhere, we just missed it, just with a mile. So I think we exactly do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hands for Mr. Makiwa. I think he has talked of very important issues. It seemed like a joke, but he said if you are working in an accountable institution, you will have no friends. So do we have friends? Perhaps maybe that is a sign also that we also need to learn to be more accountable. There are a lot of issues that he has touched, but I think in the interest of time, it would be best to maybe engage him further even outside this institution. He has mentioned a key resource for us, their website. It's something that perhaps we should also utilize in trying to find out issues. That way we can engage them further should there be any questions that we can raise. I like the idea that they are now trying to open up for the public engagement. I think that is very, very important indeed. So now I think closing this session, I'd like to call Anna to proceed with the next session. And then after that, we can proceed for tea break. Anna.
Yeah, a big applause for Fatsani Mulingwaji. I am pleased to welcome my colleague Arantxa Guillán Montero to the National Workshop on Transparency, Accountability, and Ethics in Public Institutions in Malawi. She's connected online. Arantxa, you hear us well?
Hi, hello, Anna. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
She cannot hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
We cannot yet hear Arantxa. If you can unmute yourself.
I can hear you perfectly well, Anna.
Let's give a few minutes of technical support. Okay, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you very well. We do hear you very well. We have
okay. I can hear you. Yes, I can see you, and I can see the room as well. Oh, I did in the previous session.
Thank you. So welcome, Arantxa, to the National Workshop on Transparency, Accountability, and Ethics in Public Institutions here in Malawi. And I'm pleased to introduce you participants to my colleague, Arantxa Guillán Montero. She is a Senior Governance and Public Administration Officer at the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government at the United Nations Department of Social and Economic Affairs, UNDESA. Before joining DESA, she was a Senior Program Advisor at the U4 Anti-Corruption Resource Center in Norway, with a focus on mainstreaming anti-corruption into sector programs and strengthening people's engagement in anti-corruption. Previously, she worked for the World Bank, both in operational work and capacity development on public sector management reform, transparency, access to information, and accountability in Latin America, the Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Europe. Arantxa holds a PhD in government and master in public policy from Georgetown University in the US. Arantxa will share with us the role of supreme audit institutions in building transparent, accountable, and inclusive institutions for the SDGs. Arantxa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anna, and for the introduction and especially for the invitation to participate in today's session. And my special greetings also to some of the participants, to His Lordship Justice Kapindu, and to the Acting Auditor General, Mr. Tom Makigwa, and good morning to all the participants in the room. It was really interesting to join you a little bit earlier and to listen to the very interesting discussions on the independence of Supreme Audit institutions, the value of engagement with citizens, the importance of following up also on audit recommendations and audit findings. And it's really a pleasure to join you at this national workshop on transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions. And as Anna said, I would like to share a few words, a few reflections on the role of Supreme Audit institutions in building transparent, accountable, and inclusive institutions for the Sustainable Development Goals. And in a way, I'm going to complement a little bit the presentation by the Acting Auditor General, maybe taking a wider perspective, bringing some examples from other regions, from other countries, and looking at the role of Supreme Audit institutions in strengthening transparency and accountability. So I will try to share my presentation, but I think, Anna, you have to give me rights to do that.
Yes, we're going to give you in a few moments. Yeah. We are looking, I think you have the rights now. If you can see the Teams.
Yes. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet. It's coming. Now we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I will try to stick to my 10 minutes because I know you have a busy agenda and especially you have a tea break that is coming up, which is very important also for the interaction in this kind of workshops. But I would like to maybe focus on three different areas. One is the role of Supreme Audit institutions in strengthening transparency and accountability through their contributions to the follow-up and review of the Sustainable Development Goals. Another one is the important work that Supreme Audit institutions have been doing through their assessments of SDG 16, that, as you know, focuses on transparent, accountable institutions, peace and justice. And finally, how Supreme Audit institutions themselves should be models of transparency, integrity, and accountability. And of course, you know that Supreme Audit institutions are key accountability institutions in a country. They are independent state institutions responsible for external oversight and audit. And of course, their mandate and institutional model varies across countries, but in general, they are responsible for verifying government accounts and auditing the operations of government, which is a critical role for accountability. The United Nations has recognized the critical role of Supreme Audit institutions in several resolutions by the General Assembly. And the General Assembly in these resolutions has acknowledged the role of Supreme Audit institutions in promoting efficient, accountable, effective, and transparent public institutions conducive to the implementation of national development priorities, including the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, it has also encouraged member states and the United Nations to continue their cooperation with Supreme Audit institutions and with the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, and to give due consideration to the independence and capacity building of Supreme Audit institutions. I know that in previous sessions of the workshop, you have also discussed and get to know a little bit better the principles of effective governance that have been adopted by the Committee of Experts in Public Administration. And of course, several of these principles relate to the contributions of Supreme Audit institutions to transparency and accountability. And not only independent oversight, which includes independent audits as one of the strategies or the tools, but also transparency, integrity, and also some other principles that maybe in principle one would not associate naturally with Supreme Audit institutions, but where Supreme Audit institutions have really been making significant contributions in the last years. For example, on issues of inclusiveness and on issues of sound policy making. For example, Supreme Audit institutions have been increasingly assessing through performance audits some of the opportunities for improving policy coherence and the alignment of public policies in different countries. I would like also to mention that Supreme Audit institutions have recognized the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as a cross-cutting priority for Supreme Audit institutions. And this has been reflected in the current strategic plan of the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. And the next strategic plan, which will be approved in the International Congress of Supreme Audit Institutions this year, will also recognize the role of Supreme Audit institutions in contributing to the follow-up and review of the Sustainable Development Goals. This role of Supreme Audit institutions in contributing to strengthening transparency, accountability, and integrity has gained even more importance in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and in the aftermath of the pandemic. Supreme Audit institutions have a critical role in providing oversight of expanded budgets to combat COVID-19 and its effects, and of course also in addressing and managing corruption risks in critical processes such as procurement. They play also a critical role in promoting coherence of policies through performance audits and the analysis of systemic challenges in the policy cycle. They are also very important to ensure that the Sustainable Development Goals are really at the center of the responses to recover from the pandemic, and also to enhance coordination and information exchange with internal auditors within public institutions to identify and manage risks, for example, in terms of maladministration of corruption. Let me provide a few examples on some of these areas that we have just highlighted. The first one would be on providing advice and assurance and assessment on the Sustainable Development Goals. And Supreme Audit institutions have provided multiple inputs to the SDG follow-up and review mechanisms. Although in most countries they are not formally integrated into the follow-up and review systems for the SDGs, they have produced relevant audit information in different countries on the performance of different public policies contributing to the SDGs, on the follow-up and review systems, and even in the voluntary national review process. And also in the context of COVID-19, they have done interesting work in terms of ensuring the oversight of some of the government responses to COVID-19. And this slide provides you with a little bit more of information in terms of these areas. For example, in terms of the voluntary national review process, which is a key element for ensuring accountability in SDG implementation. So many countries have engaged the Supreme Audit institutions in preparing the report, the voluntary national report, to the high-level political forum on the implementation of the SDGs. And they have engaged Supreme Audit institutions in consultations, in validating the reports on SDG implementation, even looking and reviewing the process to prepare this report over the years, as Indonesia Supreme Audit Institution has done recently. Also, in over 80 countries, Supreme Audit institutions have conducted performance audits to review the preparation of governments to implement the SDGs. And they have contributed to identify important opportunities for strengthening institutions in order to support SDG implementation. They are also auditing the implementation of the SDGs in different countries. And for example, in AfroSAI, the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, in 2021, a total of 45 audit reports related to the SDGs have been completed by 9 Supreme Audit institutions. And finally, SDG Supreme Audit institutions contribute also to the SDGs in their existing audit work. They contribute to the follow-up and review of efforts related to the SDGs in the course of their existing mandates and the regular workload. And for example, in the US, the Government Accountability Office identified that only in 2021, they had over 300, almost 400 audit products that related to the SDGs. And of course, this is a very important resource for different stakeholders, including civil society, to also contribute to the SDG follow-up and review. This is actually an example from one of these audits of preparedness for SDG implementation, which was conducted by the Supreme Audit Institution of Uganda in 2018. And this audit actually provided critical findings to strengthening institutions in support of SDG implementation. For example, in terms of the integration of the SDGs into national development process, the audit found that in Uganda, there had not been a previous review of national policies and frameworks regarding the SDGs to be able to identify gaps and to develop action plans to address them and to support the implementation of the SDGs. Also, there were challenges in terms of coordination. And for example, the technical working groups were not functioning as it had been initially designed in the SDG coordination framework. You were discussing when I joined about the engagement of citizens and different stakeholders. And I would like to highlight actually two important elements for external audits to have an impact in terms of strengthening transparent and accountable institutions. And the first element is the effective uptake and follow-up to audit recommendations. How to make changes in practice based on the observations and findings of Supreme Audit institutions. And this is an area where there have been significant improvements in the last years in the community of Supreme Audit institutions, but of course there are still work to do in that regard. But I would like to share some examples of some of these positive developments. For example, regarding the audits on the SDGs. In Chile, different entities in government approved gender policies and improved their internal procedures based on the results of an audit on the implementation of SDG 5 on gender equality. The second element that is really important for external audits to have an impact and is particularly relevant, I think, in the context of this workshop, is the collaboration and cooperation between different actors within the accountability ecosystem. And you have in the workshop representatives from the Ombudsman, from the Auditor General Office, from the judiciary, from different key actors in the accountability institutions. The collaboration, cooperation, and coordination between these actors is critical for strengthening transparency, accountability, and integrity. And this is an example from Germany in the context of the SDG audits. Germany has actually established a systematic and a really well integrated monitoring and accountability system for the SDGs, which includes not only government entities, but also the Supreme Audit Institution, the Parliament, the Federal Statistical Office, and many other different actors. I would like to say also a few words about how Supreme Audit institutions contribute to SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. And I think this is an area which is critical and which relates to the core mandate of Supreme Audit institutions. Many Supreme Audit institutions in the context of the pandemic have developed different channels and have leveraged information and communication technologies to enhance the transparency of government responses to the pandemic and to provide also greater transparency on the execution of budget resources spent in these government responses. And these are just two examples from Latin America, from the General Controller of Costa Rica and the General Controller of Peru, who created dedicated websites to provide information on audit work and monitoring that the Supreme Audit institutions have been doing on government responses to COVID-19. And of course, all this information is available to the public, can be accessed by citizens, by civil society, by other institutions, and can be used also to demand data accountability and transparency on the execution of public resources. Of course, Supreme Audit institutions have also played a critical role in preventing and addressing corruption. in the context of the pandemic. And this is an example from the Supreme Audit Institution of Brazil, which established a specific oversight program on the federal responses to the pandemic. This program aimed to identify risks, weaknesses, and deviations in the use of public resources allocated to respond to the emergency. And actually, it has contributed to identify weaknesses in strategic planning to respond to the pandemic, identified potential incoherence between economic stimulus measures and calls to end social isolation, failures in the estimation of beneficiaries of emergency assistance, overpricing in procurement processes, and many other risks and many other practices that should be prevented in order to address potential cases of corruption. As I said, I think one of the challenges always when we talk about accountability and strengthening accountability systems in countries is the collaboration between different actors in the accountability system. And I would like to highlight an increasing interest in the collaboration between Supreme Audit institutions and anti-corruption authorities. Actually, in 2018, in the Conference of the State Parties of the United Nations Convention on Anti-Corruption, there was an endorsement of a declaration to enhance collaboration between Supreme Audit institutions and anti-corruption authorities. And in the context of the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, there is a recent initiative of collaboration with the East African Association of Anti-Corruption, which are working on a proposal to assess the extent of collaboration between Supreme Audit institutions and anti-corruption authorities, and also to develop a framework for strengthening collaboration. And there are similar initiatives also in other regions. For example, in Latin America, Supreme Audit institutions are working on developing a regional anti-corruption policy. And a very nice example that I would like to share with you actually comes from Latin America, from the General Controller Office of Chile. They developed a national anti-corruption strategy through a participatory process and conducted a national study on corruption with specific recommendations to strengthen integrity in the country. And you can actually visit the website with all the information in English, but I would like to highlight particularly the importance of the participatory approach that the Supreme Audit Institution took. More than 1,500 people participated in different sessions and dialogues and workshops. Almost 17,000 people participated in the consultation process, and 5,000 people engaged in the approval of the recommendations to strengthen integrity, which I think these numbers are quite significant. Finally, I would like to bring to your attention also an initiative in which UNDESA and the International Budget Partnership are currently collaborating. We are working in the development of a handbook to support Supreme Audit institutions in assessing the credibility of government budgets, which is recognized in SDG 16.6.1. And the handbook aims to systematize and to share audit practices by Supreme Audit institutions that assess the credibility of government budgets and to support the strengthening the capacity of Supreme Audit institutions to conduct this type of work. And this handbook is being developed in collaboration with 8 Supreme Audit institutions from different regions, including the Supreme Audit institutions of Zambia and Uganda. And finally, I would like to say a few words on how important it is also for Supreme Audit institutions to be models themselves in terms of transparency, integrity, and accountability. And of course, that begins also by the ethical values and ethical behavior, which all the staff in Supreme Audit institutions behave according to. And I would like to highlight that in the context of the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, there has been also adopted an international standard on the Code of Ethics for Supreme Audit institutions. And there are 5 essential values which are recognized within this Code of Ethics, which are integrity, competency, independence and objectivity, professional behavior, transparency, and confidentiality. And different Supreme Audit institutions have been putting in place different systems, not only codes of ethics, where it sets out the ethical values and principles and the way in which an SAI is expected to behave and its staff to behave, but also the system to address potential conflicts of interest or potential challenges in terms of the ethical behavior of the personnel of Supreme Audit institutions. And of course, the standards in terms of ethics are also important when Supreme Audit institutions conduct the work. And for example, in some recent work that the Auditor General of South Africa has done, which were 3 special real-time audits focused on responses to COVID-19, they developed a manual to guide auditors to ensure compliance with ethical and auditing standards. And just to conclude and just to highlight some thoughts as a final conclusion, I think as you know, based on your experience also in the context of Malawi, the role of Supreme Audit institutions is critical. It is important to strengthen their independence, their capacity, their collaboration with other accountability institutions. They are uniquely positioned to contribute to the implementation of the SDGs by promoting effective public governance, enhancing the efficiency of public administration, and helping improve development outcomes and trust in government institutions, which are all key ingredients of the 2030 agenda. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And of course, I'm available to respond to any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Arantxa. Thank you, Arantxa, for sharing the critical role of Supreme Audit institutions. I noted SAI's unique position to contribute to accelerating the implementation of the SDGs and how SAIs are contributing to the follow-up and review of the SDGs through VNRs. Thank you for sharing concrete examples of Uganda, Spain, and Germany, and the National Anti-Corruption Strategy of Chile, the conduct of ethics of Guatemala. We heard SAI's role in implementation programs for advancing the SDGs, and thank you for sharing knowledge management tools as the handbook in assessing budget credibility. Thank you, Arantxa. Let me open the floor for colleagues in the room who would like to make any question or comment to Arantxa. I think I don't see any hand raised. Let's wait a little bit until. If not, raise hands. Arantxa, I think it was very clear, your presentation. Let me give still 1 more minute. I think we have been in a long morning session.
I know, and you had interesting discussions in the previous session on the role of SAIs.
Yes, it was the discussion was already there on the SAIs at the national level. So any question for my colleagues? Arantxa from the floor, any comment? If not, let me close the session, and thanks again, Arantxa, for being with us.
Thank you.
From New York in so early morning, in New York. Thank you very much, and we will continue our session with a coffee break right now. Thank you, Arantxa, for being with us. A round of applause for Arantxa. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed with the coffee break, which was pending for a few minutes. And then after the coffee break, I will give the floor to my colleague, Dana, who will proceed with the last working group. Thank you very much. At what time will we be back? Let's take 15 minutes coffee break. So let's come back at 11:30. 11:30.
Hello. 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 Is difficult.
Okay, let's settle down for the next one so that we can have a quick lunch and come back for the last part. Oh, really tight, right. Okay, so I think I know we are running out of time, and time isn't our friend at this point. So we provided a template for the action plan. The template is such that we really want to get something organized on paper, so that when we get back, we have a document we will be working on or working with. So kindly project it on the screen for me. So I know the screen is a bit sharp and we can't see very well, but we're going to have them printed for the groups. So the title is the National Workshop on Transparency, Accountability and Ethics in Public Institutions. So this is the action plan template. It could be an individual action plan or an institution. So the first part is putting your institution there if you want to make it more concrete. So we have your institution or organization and putting a date. We want you to have a goal. What would be the overall goal? Either you want to eradicate or reduce corruption. Then under the goal, the overall goal, you want to have a corruption-free ombudsman office. That could be a goal. Then under that, you have an objective. Maybe you want to reduce it. Currently, corruption is at 70%, but you want that by 2025 or 2023, you want to reduce it from the current level of 50% to maybe 40% or 35%. That should be the specific objectives you want to. You could have one objective or two objectives or three or four, but I think being specific on three, it should be specific. The objective should be specific. Then under that, we want to have a situational analysis. We want to look at the common corruptions we have. Then what are the causes? Just as we mentioned, I know I highlighted. So you could look at, if you are able to identify the causes of corruption in your society or organization, it could be there. Maybe the system is too loose, or we have a lot of people passing through with money, or this and that could be the causes.
Then what are the key enablers? It could be cost, but what is really propelling it? Is it that the system is so loose that people do that? So you just list some of the key enablers of the corruption situation. Then what is really the effect? If I'm in the health sector, the effect of the corruption might be different from the one in the judiciary sector as service. And the police service could be that, it could be denting our image or that. So we look at what are the effects on our organization or society, especially on society. Then we want to get what are the key indicators you want to use to measure the objective. So by the end of the year, this should be the key indicators you want to see. Then, or the targets, what are your targets as part of the objective? Then in your organization or in your society, what would be the lead agency? If it's, or what would be the lead department, or who would be the key person to lead this? And I think as key actors here, we could be leading it. So maybe in this ministry, this department could be the one leading it, or your unit could be the one leading this action plan section. We also talked about, I know several presenters or speakers spoke about it. We want to know who are the key stakeholders we have to work with. Maybe if I'm working in one sector, I may want to work with community members, traditional rulers, health, including religious leaders. They could be the key people we want to work with. So look at the key stakeholders in your society or your organization you can partner with to implement this action plan. Then with the key stakeholders, we want to know the responsibility. You don't just name them. The role of somebody from maybe a religious organization might be different from an expert from the audit service. Maybe the audit service will do with the checks and balances, but somebody from the religious sector might be preaching or helping to create awareness and promote morality. So there are some of it. And we also want to see what are the implementation plan. What will be your implementation plan? Who will be involved? Who are the individuals to be involved? And what will be their actions? You can just state 3, 4 and look at their actions. What resources will you need? Sometimes you might need other human resources. Maybe if you want to engage in small campaigning as one of your activities, you might need financial or other logistical resources. So you can put it there. Then we want to see that you have some clear timelines. Maybe if you want to create awareness as part of your action plan from January to February, it could be this. What are the timelines, or these are the timelines you want to have? Then the next aspect is, what are the expected outcomes? We should have it ahead of time. Okay, I expect that if I do this and that based on this objective, by the end of this, we should have achieved this. So the expected outcomes could be there. But we know that this is a challenging terrain, and it's something we can't deny the fact that we're going to face challenges. What are some of the expected challenges you might face? People might abuse you. People might call you names. You might even get your life threatened, as she mentioned. And sometimes all these things you want to know what are the expected challenges you might encounter. And deep within that, let's also find or profile some kind of mitigating measures. How can you mitigate it if you can prevent all the challenges? This is just showing that we are being realistic. So find it. Then the next one is, how do you monitor this? Because you're creating timelines, you have specific objectives. How will you monitor it? Okay, maybe you have annual weekly meeting or a monthly meeting or something. So you want to find out that you sit down and have a meeting to reflect on all the activities you are taking or all the projects you are taking. Is it really working? Then based on the feedback or the results of your monitoring and evaluation of the system. I'm not saying you're going to get an audit firm to come and do the monitoring. It's just basic, just reflecting over the activities you've done to implement this. Then you are able to get something clear for yourself. Are you making progress? Are you stagnating? Are you really going through with the activities you made? Then you can go with that. Then what capacity support do you expect to receive from UNPOG, UNDESA, our partners, Ombudsman Office again, UNDP, the RC Office? What capacity support do you want, or what support will you want to get in helping to promote this. We don't want this to be a one-time event. We want it to be something that will achieve results, and we need to put it on paper. The next other thing is that, and which are the institutions you may want to even collaborate with in implementing your action plan. Maybe if I'm working with the judiciary and I'm going to implement the action plan, I may want to work with ACB. Maybe we can collaborate and partner together. Or I want to work with the Auditor General's Department at a unit so that we can collaborate. You can state it. I want to call. There could be civil society organizations who are notable or who are making great results, who you want to partner with. You just list them. So over the years, it's also good to list some of the key lessons you've learned. What have we learned over the years? Put it in there to guide you to know that, okay, this has been done before. This was done this way. This worked. This never worked. This was the so let's learn from others. We can also learn from others' practices. Maybe in some countries or some organizations, they have clear policies, or they have some commitment they are really implementing and it's helping them. Let's look at that and see the key lessons we are going to learn. Then we now come to the, I will call it one of the very important areas. How are we going to go about it? The key recommendations. How do we go through this? This is the process, this is the process, this is the process. What is the key way to push it forward? So we recommend that if we do this and this will happen. If we do this and this might happen. And this is how it's going to be. Then the last part is, what will be the next step and way forward? You draw in the plan. Then you have to put it that, okay, what should be the next step going forward? So I just ran us through the template, and I think it's self-explanatory. Inside there, you can find the writing in blue to just show you what you need to put in there. And it should guide us. We could make it at individual level with your organization if you have colleagues you want to join with, or you just discuss together, then you pick it, and based on that, you design your own action plan, maybe for your unit, for your department, or with your colleagues you want to collaborate with. Then based on that, we can get something tangible from this meeting. If there's any question, kindly raise up your hand and ask so that we can clarify this, and we move straight to action. How do we want to organize this? Do you want to do it on individual level, or you do it at your office level, or you want to, I know some of the groups we formed, one thing that happened was that we came from different sectors. I don't know if whether we may have the same idea in implementing. Maybe I want to tackle corruption from a different perspective, and this person might want to tackle it from maybe a local level. So it depends on where you want to do it and the kind of goal you want to achieve. I might want to reduce corruption by 30% by close of next year based on my resources. You might want a bit more of a long term, and somebody might want to do it in bits. Maybe every 3 months, I want to target specific groups. Maybe I want to reduce corruption in women's group. Then from there, I go to target the youth. Somebody wants to design a program for the youth because he finds that the youth are the key people we have to target. So we can have this. So if I want to do it for you, maybe I want to run an orientation kind of thing for the youth. I want to do it for maybe the private sector. I want to do it for my office. I want to do it for this group. Any question? Okay, so we go back, let's do it this way. We go back to our groups, we discuss, then we get something on paper. We're going to have a 30 minutes one, we get something on paper. Then when we come back, we based on what has been discussed, we can now progress with, are you doing it on an individual level, or how do we follow up from there? That's what I think we can do. Yeah. Is there a question?
Just for the sake of clarification,
okay,
or understanding. Indeed, the action plan activity is very, very important. And I want to really get the right direction.
Okay.
Are we doing this exercise for the sake of practicing? Thereafter, each and every organization is going to do it pragmatically so that it should be coherent to their specific institutions, or this grouping we are doing now, we are actually coming up with the action plans, which we are indeed to adopt and adapt. Thank you.
Yes, what I think is happening, it could have been good we do it at the departmental level, like where our institutional level, then, or if we have other groupings we want to work on to collaborate together, we can do it that way. So we can all have one idea going forward. So that's why I think that we have to do it in groups, but maybe if I came alone from a different department, I have a good idea. I really want to do it for a specific community, because some of us may not be coming from the central government. And I really want to do it for this particular area. I may want to take an individual action plan that I really want to make. The reality is not about the numbers of us working together. It's good we collaborate and build synergies, but what impact are we really, it's not just for exercise, we really want to have something tangible. So it will be concretized that based on this workshop, we're able to do this, so we can have follow-up activities on this. We don't want this workshop to be the last we are organizing on this. We want to have a follow-up workshop, even to a point that we want to even share lessons based on the outcomes of this meeting afterwards. Yes.
Thank you, Samuel. I think a follow-up to that question. I feel these action plans need to be done at individual institutional level, because we are coming from different institutions, and I know that the action plans might also have an implication on resources. So I feel if it's allowable, or if it can be agreed that perhaps individual institutions can also go back to the institutions where we're coming from and do this, perhaps if we are given a time frame on when this can be done, so that also we do it in a conservative way, beyond us in this workshop. I don't know if how you look at it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just to say that I just want to concur with what my sister has said there. In these public institutions, we have institutional integrity teams or committees. I would suggest that adopting this approach of this action plan into this system, then it would be of more benefit, because then you will be working as a team, not as an individual as I have come here. Because we already have those structures where we are guided by the ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau, and I hope they will also correspond to what Ombudsman is expecting. Thank you.
Okay, let me just, I really agree with Madam and you on that. It just skipped my mind. I know we had a similar one, and you know, you are coming from organizations, you don't take decisions on your own. You need approval. Even anything you take here will depend on, you don't have the final say. And it's good. That's why we can make real commitments here. But we need to initiate something. We have an idea. So I think the first part now is we can have the groups, then we brainstorm. Based on that, we all have ideas we are going to pick along with us, take home, then we can see how we move forward on this. Yes, I think you have a hand. So I really agree with you, and thank you very much for drawing my attention to that. Yeah, thank you.
just want to ask if it's possible, though it's going to be more of a bit of practice, and later on we take that and then fully develop whatever we can come up with in our institutions. So is it okay if we can also still just to, for the sake of easy tracking and all that, parastatals should be on their own as a group, ministries as a group, and governance institutions as a group? It's a suggestion.
Okay, he's proposed a suggestion. What do you think? Do we agree with him, or we have a different opinion? Oh, okay, there is a hand here. Okay, I just missed out Mr. Eso Tom Wambila. Please, you are wanted outside. And Madam, is it Irene Jumper, Ministry of Defense? Yeah, I was sorry I delayed on this.
Yeah, I would go by the suggestion which was advanced by my sister Susan here, that since we will do this in our organizations, so I would believe the current setup, we could just go in the very same groups we are discussing, since this is just academic. Yeah, for the real action plans, we'll do it when we go back in our various institutions.
Okay, so we have two views, organizations or same groups. So doing it by organization, how many agree with that by raised by hands? Okay, that's okay.
I'll try not to be seen as imposing, but having listened to the team when they were organizing this, one of the key outputs of this convening was going to be those action plans. And therefore, I don't know if we really want to ultimately reduce them to an academic exercise. So I see value in us doing the group work based on our respective constituencies, where parastatals sit together, oversight institutions sit together, and government MDAs sit together. Because then, even as we take the work further in our respective organizations, as suggested my brother there, the issues will have been streamlined based on the mandates these various constituencies share. So it will be easy to take it from there. I think for us as an organizing entity, it will also give us some premise for following up, even with the heads of the different institutions seated here, to be able to say to CEOs of ESCOM Water Board, this was the kind of thinking that came from the workshop, and urge them even to support the further processes at individual organizations levels, if it comes from a constituency based. So a CEO in ESCOM is seeing something they can relate to as a service provider. So it's a democratic space. We are all trying to be ethical, but I would throw in that and see if it can enjoy the support of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're free to decline it.
Okay. Yes, so I think we have this same other view that, yeah, we need to get something to begin with from here. Otherwise, we will keep postponing it. Maybe based on our discussion, if we draw a sample, we can modify it, and that's not the final one. When we get, okay, we get to know that from this constituency, this was what was designed. And based on their return to their offices, they could modify or try to see how they can get approval to work towards it. Or if you go through this process as a group, then we now go to our constituencies and now work on it as this. So constituency, same organization or all groups. So we have two options. Do we go according to national, the other one, and that, or we go according to the old groups? Yes.
In your concept paper for this conference, it clearly indicated that one of the deliverables is the submission of the action plans. And vis-a-vis what my colleagues have put forward, but also considering the concept of the conference, I would suggest that we indeed go into groups based on where we are coming from, or depending on the institutions. And in doing so, I believe that the output of the conference will indeed contain the action plans, categorized probably into 4 categories, and thereafter we can polish up when we go back to our different institutions. I submit.
Okay, there's a hand here. Yeah. So we have 3 going for institutions against 1 old group.
My comment is not maybe getting aside whether institutions or the odd groups.
Okay.
But I'm looking at the end result of the group work. Yes, I'm supporting that we brainstorm in whatever type of groups we brainstorm, but we divide the time that will be allocated, that after that brainstorming, still more individual organizations should come up with their plan, because we are maybe at different levels. With whatever is already happening, we were talking about the institutional integrity committees. Some work is still happening. Institutions have work plans. So it's basically, maybe others may just mirror those. So we are at different stages on addressing these issues. But the general brainstorming can be there, but we still have a time so that when we are going back after this, we have a draft for each of our organizations, which we can now refine and have it maybe adopted at institutional level. Thank you.
Okay, he wants to be neutral in this case. So we have, okay, so I think from the concepts or the responses, we have about 3. So do we go for organizational level 1? Institutional. Okay, so trying being ethical, let's go with that, as since that's the majority from the responses received. So we can just move to those groups with it could be 3, I think, or 4. Then we begin the discussion. Then we get some concrete something on paper. This is just a template we can modify to suit, and it will be very good. We even integrate it to our system to show how we don't want to bring something new. You're already doing something. How do you incorporate it together to even strengthen, to have a more stronger action plan going forward? You can modify it, and you can even add some things to it, which may have been left out. So I think let's break out into the group quickly, then we can proceed. Okay, see you at the, I think let's do it 30 minutes. No, or 20 minutes. Can we finish within 20 minutes? Yeah, 20, 30 minutes. So we go for break and come for the closing session. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me, I think if every group, 1 person has a computer, it would be good. We just give you the short copy, the soft copy, so that you work on it rather than printing. Yeah, or we want to print.
On the groups, why we are suggesting as, let's say, parastatals on their own, the understanding is that almost the environmental surroundings, they're almost similar. So you can easily share. And out of that, you can further develop it into institutional art. So it doesn't matter about numbers, whether MDAs, I mean, like ministries, there are many on one group. And then, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 2. Okay. SEB, yeah. Oversight, yeah. Yes. Yes, yes. N. And nice. Okay, it's an agency. So I think, as the Honorable has said, so the first cadre will be of the parastatals. So maybe if all the parastatals can stand, that we either stand or you raise your hands. Yeah. So that means that's a group. So I think you can make your way out. And if one has a laptop, I think you can meet Haley. You have the soft copy. Yeah, it will give you that. So then if we can have ministries. Yeah. Yes, that's another group. So ministries. Yeah. So, and so I think ministry will also encompass agencies. Yeah. So together with yeah. Yeah, ministries, departments, and agencies. Yeah. So that's another group. So you can also get the soft copy. The likes of which meme. Yeah, ministries can start going. I think Haley will bring in your respective. So from the yeah, so ministries, you can make your way out there. Yeah, police, immigration. I think my department. Commissioner Kandoi, what do you suggest in case of your group, police, immigration? You still join you join the ministry. Now I was asking, is it okay you join the ministries, right? Okay, okay. Okay, police. Okay, police, immigration, defense, homeland security. Yeah, so there is homeland security, police. So that would be one. That would be one group, yeah. Yeah. So I hope you have a laptop, bro. So governance sector, ombudsman, Human Rights Commission, SCB, Parliament, judiciary maybe should have joined us, and national audit. I don't know, Parliament. Yeah, so not the Parliament with us. Judiciary, your owner, maybe should have joined us. Yeah. Okay, in this group, yeah. So Ndoti, nice. We said Ndoti can join UJ. My ministries. So should join us, eh? Okay. So Ndoti we go muje muja so group yatu. Yeah, umom ndi tumaiza muje no. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, one more. Yeah. Madam, yeah, ni uanze. Sisi no coordinate. Let's go. We are here. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
and we wait for other. Yes, we wait for other colleagues to join. And I think we admit we needed more time. That's why initially we provided enough time. But you know, when you come to the ground, we have to be realistic. Sometimes we exceed and you can't stop the discussion. So you just have to continue and allow us to deliberate more. So what we'll do is that we're going to give 2 minutes each to each of the groups. We had 4 groups. You just mentioned, we just want to know what you decided on. What project or what is your goal and what is the objective or goal or objective you set out to complete after this? And the next issue will be that, do you have a timeline you really want to do this? And maybe we get an idea so that we can make a follow-up. And the next suggestion is that since we want to get this concretized, there will be a timeline on it when we think every group should submit their complete drafts so that we can work together on it. So WhatsApp groups will be set up where we will continue engaging with each other. And based on that, we are able to get this concretized. So that should be something very important. And so I just want to call the first group here. If you can share with us what's, yeah, you are taking 2 minutes. So just tell us what you decided to do or what you've set on to work on. And what is the timeline? When do you want to do that? Then we move so that when we are following up, we know what to do. Madam Susan, were you not in your group? Maybe you can tell us what you want to do. Yeah. Okay, so just tell us what you want to do, the goal or the objective of what you want to do, and the timeline, if you have any timeline, just 2, then.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah. I am representing the group for oversight bodies. And yeah, we have done a number of things. The overall goal that we have discussed to be our overall goal is to promote transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions as per our theme of the workshop. Now, the objectives are 5. That's to strengthen the capacity of institutions, in transparency, accountability, and ethics, to enhance transparency in timely publication of audit reports and follow-ups, to strengthen enforcement, tracking, and compliance with recommendation determinations. Also, to bring awareness on transparency, accountability, and civic engagement among the citizens. And lastly, to strengthen partnership and networking of governance institutions. Following that, we have also listed a number of activities and from which every institution is going to draw its specific actions and come up with a timeline. So no timeline has been set yet, but there is a list of maybe over 30 activities that have been lined up for institutions in the oversight bodies. So maybe just a sample of them. Building capacity building workshop for staff after a situation analysis and its assessment. Also develop and adapt the ethics toolkit, carry out budget expenditure and tracking, develop IIC material for publicizing recommendation and determinations from oversight institutions, conduct accountability meetings with public through citizenship forums, and develop and implement multi-sectoral referral pathways. So these are just a few of the several that we have actually come up with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. They've shown us they've had something concrete they want to work on. So I'll call on the next group. Maybe in no particular order, you just come and tell us what exactly you decided to work on and 1 or 2 of your objectives, activities you want to implement after this.
Good afternoon. this is coming from the group that was represented by Homeland Security and Ministry of Justice. The goal is to enhance transparency, ethics in the Ministry of Homeland Security and Ministry of Justice. And we had 3 objectives. That's 1, to build capacity of staff on transparency, accountability, and ethics in the public institutions. Number 2, to raise awareness among the internal stakeholders. Here, maybe you would wish to know that under the Ministry of Homeland Security, we have 5 internal stakeholders, which is the Malawi Police Service, Malawi Prison Services, the Malawi Department of Immigration and Citizenship Services, the National Registration Bureau, and the refugee, the Department of Refugees. So these are what we are calling the stakeholders within the Ministry of Homeland. And number 3 is to strengthen collaboration with other stakeholders, transparency, accountability, and ethics. By other stakeholders, we mean those stakeholders which are outside the said ministries. And I would mention something to do with the target and the indicators. We would want to build capacity of around 10,000 staffers, and the indicator will be number of staff members trained on accountability, transparency, and ethics. I would also want to engage stakeholders, and this shall be measured by the number of agencies or institutions that we have engaged, and the total that we are targeting is 8. The third one is to reduce cases of corruption by 15%. And here the indicator shall be the number of corruption cases that have been registered or recorded. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, especially for ending with the indicators. This looks promising. Next group, yes, you have the floor. What you set out to do, your objectives, and maybe 1 or 2 activities.
Yeah, the group that I'm representing here is for parastatals. We had the water boards, Lirong Water Board, Blantyre Water Board, Northern Region Water Board, Southern Region Water Board, Malawi Bureau of Standards, among others. And the goal of our action plan is to reduce corruption incidences in our organizations. And we had the 2 objectives: to increase awareness of on transparency, accountability, and ethics in the organization, and attain 100% awareness by 2025. The second one, to reduce incidents of corruption and unethical behavior by 30% by 2025. We had a situation analysis where we listed a number of areas regarding the causes of corruption, enablers, and their drivers, where sometimes we would say that maybe this is, it looks like a driver at the same time is it's a cause. So issues like lack of resources, of materials, peer pressure, inducement by the other party that is involved in these practices. On targets and indicators, we indicated a number of awareness activities to be conducted, a number of corruption cases reported, because we're saying with the awareness, increased awareness would expect corruption. And also another indicator is number of corruption cases that have been concluded. In terms of the implementation plan, like activities, because of time, we only just highlighted like the awareness, the activity on awareness, and also some issues required resources like finances and facilitators. And then let me end by on expected organization and reduction of instances of corruption and unethical behavior. So I think let me just stop there, because the other areas also maybe because of time we did not finalize, and we did not even come up with the timelines. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's take objectives they want to implement. So they want to work on. Do we have a last group? Yes. Last but not least, they come to give us what they discussed. Yeah.
Thank you. Representing the group that had the various MDAs, the overall goal and objective is to inculcate a spirit of transparency and accountability and ethics in the public service. The root causes we came up with were moral decay, greed, and weak systems, which provide opportunity for corruption. In the situational analysis, the key enablers of corruption were loose, weak, and broken systems, bureaucracy, in the sense that sometimes the delays are deliberate, they're lengthy and unrealistic in order to create an opportunity for corruption, and lack of capacity of those that are meant to supervise. The effects were loss of public confidence and trust, waste of resources, and it brings unfairness in a system which defeats thank you, and improved service delivery. Lead agencies for each MDA, we said it would be the institution in line in collaboration with the Office of the Ombudsman, ACB, and National Audit Office. The responsibilities range from oversight, capacity building, and driving integrity and ethics in terms of information, education, and communication within the MDAs. In terms of the implementation, the main actions were capacity buildings of the IIC, sensitization meetings, and capacity building specifically on investigation skills. The main resources needed are material and financial resources, and the timeline is to be aligned with the MIP1, so 2030. Expected outcomes are ethical issues reduced, so this is corruption, moral decay, and so on. Expected challenges are political will, inadequate resources, and inherent resistance to change. Proposed solutions are sensitization meetings, adherence to the 1% utilization of the IIC, and resource mobilization. And in terms of capacity support, is financial, material, and technical, referral support, guidance, and further action by the institution that is mandated to deal with that particular issue. Expected collaborators are the same that are listed in the document, and that is
yeah, for the extensive work done, even though in a short time. So all too soon we come to the closing session to crown the thank you all for the great engagement. The discussions have been enriching, and we are privileged we have been able to have from the beginning until this time. And we want to just go straight to the closing ceremony. So for the first speaker for the closing remarks, we have Honorable Grace Malera, who is the Ombudsman and the head of the Ombudsman Office, Malawi. She'll be giving us the closing remarks from the Ombudsman Office. Please, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
I would like to welcome the special guests amongst us who has come to join us for the closing session, the UNDP, coordinator, and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come a long way. When the concept was shared with me, and when I noticed that it was going to be a 3 days workshop, I stopped a bit because I didn't know how I was going to get a group of civil servants, public servants like ourselves, glued in a room for 3 days discussing issues of ethics and integrity. I've been ticking my checklist every day of the 3 days and was presently, it was a pleasure for me to note that for the entire 3 days, this room has been full. And I would like to commend you for that. We have come from the first day where we were looking at issues of the context and the historical background to the efforts that Malawi has undertaken and accountability. It was good to see where we are coming from. We now have an understanding of where we are at. And I think from this workshop, we have a very clear picture in terms of where we want to be going to, particularly building on the National Corruption Conference that His Excellency the President presided over just, I think, last week. We have been given tools from various excellent resource persons. We have been told of the approaches, and an entire resource is available for us. So for this, I would like to commend the organizers. I would like to commend the eminent resource persons been behind this workshop. I would also in particular like to thank the Special Task Force that has done all the running around to put this workshop together. We have worked very hard, leading to the success of this workshop. But I would like to say one thing, and on this I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the real work is starting now. We in the Office of the Ombudsman have taken the leadership of this process. We will remain committed. From as early as next week, our team in the Ethics and Sectoral Department is going to do follow-up activities with all of the constituencies that were gathered here so that we can perfect our action plans templates. I hope there will be resources that can enable us to carry these processes forward, because as we saw from the various presentations, and in particular in the discussions that we're having in the group work, Malawi needs integration and institutionalization of ethics in the way that we conduct ourselves as public officers, but also in the way that we deliver services. So I would like to encourage all of us to take this as an ongoing process. It is not an end in itself. We are actually looking forward to an end that we can achieve. In their absence, I would like to thank the Deputy Secretary to the President and Cabinet. Justice Kapindu is here. I would like to thank him and all those that gave us inspiring speeches when we were starting. I thank the eminent resource persons. I think that was an excellent selection of resource persons, those that participated online and also physically. And more importantly, to thank the participants for the commitment that has been shown. I think mine was just to say these few remarks as we close this very important workshop. I'm very hopeful that this workshop is going to bring to fruition a number of good actions and programs. The key word that we ended with, I think today and yesterday, was multi-stakeholder approaches. This has brought together a lot of participants from across the sector. And I do hope we can continue with this multi-stakeholder approach with the UN. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank us all and to wish us all the best for the rest of the week and the weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause again. I think leadership has been very remarkable throughout the workshop, and we see these remarks as something heartwarming, and we welcome it very much appreciated. I would like to proceed to our next guest, and he is in the person of Mr. Shigeki Komashu Bari. Sorry if I couldn't pronounce it very well. He is the UN resident representative, UNDP in Malawi. Mr. Shigeki, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I'd like to acknowledge all the resource persons to this workshop. So, Secretary to the President of the Cabinet and Head of Presidential Delivery Unit, Ms. Colin Zamba, His Lordship Justice Kapindu, Justice of High Court, Ombudsman Grace Malera, just spoken, Director General, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Martha Chizuma, and my colleague who opened this meeting, Resident Coordinator of the United Nations in Malawi, is Maria Manuel Gomez do Valle Ribeiro, and the Director of DPIDG UNDESA Juwanju, and all our friends from Diplomatic Corps and representatives of civil society organizations and high-level participants from MDAs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted on behalf of United Nations system in Malawi to give a short remark at the close of this very important three-day workshop on transparency, ethics, and accountability. As previously stated and reiterated by various speakers from the start of this workshop, the aim of the workshop was to steer Malawi's public service towards being a more ethical institution. The steps toward making our public institutions accountable and more ethical starts with us making smaller changes, doing right things, one thing at one time. And that will, in time, add up to make a big difference for Malawi as a whole. As most of us are aware, the public service has been reported in the press and commented on by civil society as well as many stakeholders as, unfortunately, having significant shortfalls when it comes to tackling unethical and corrupt behaviors. And therefore, this workshop, building on the momentum of last week's National Anti-Corruption Conference in Blantyre, is very timely and offers us an opportunity to be part of the solution, to begin to build an ethical, transparent, and accountable public service to the people of Malawi. From the very beginning of the workshop, we have had the opportunity to learn from various speakers on the importance of strengthening public governance for transparent, accountable, and ethical institutions to achieve SDGs 2030 agenda on the way to achieving Malawi 2063. Our understanding of the public service has been enriched through the historical and contextual background of ethics in Malawi, as well as the institutionalization of ethics in public sector reforms. It has been made clear in this workshop that transparency, ethics, integrity, and accountability contribute significantly to effective governance, and they are part of the tools, important tools, in fighting corruptions. Many Malawians who already experience frequent struggles in making ends meet in their daily life deserve to have an administration that delivers efficiently, transparently, and ethically. This workshop has also explored different approaches and tools for accountable, ethical, transparent, and inclusive societies, ranging from multi-stakeholder engagement to building capacities and creating enabling ecosystems. I'm sure we can all agree that this workshop has confronted us and challenged us with the truth about ourselves and our conduct, and has also inspired us to play our part in ensuring a more ethical, transparent, accountable public service. The presentation made in promoting government innovation in terms of the role of the audit institutions for transparent, accountable, inclusive public services have also been thought-provoking. Further, we have been made aware the use of civil registration and biometric ID cards and other vital statistics are also essential for building a transparent, ethical, inclusive public service. All in all, this workshop have highlighted and shown us that there are adequate tools to making the Malawi public service more transparent, accountable, and therefore ethical. There are 7 enablers within Malawi 2063 agenda that are all part and parcel of ensuring an ethical, transparent, and accountable society. These are statutes, legislation, and policies that would allow us to obtain the public service that we strive for and people Malawi deserve. We leave this workshop with a wealth of knowledge, and what remains of us is to put these knowledge to use in our different corners of ministries, agencies, departments, and in our society. Lastly, I wish on behalf of UN country team in Malawi to express gratitude to all the participants of this workshop, all of you, for being here from the beginning to the very end, just like Ombudsman pointed out 5 minutes ago. As we know, ethical business is good business. We must make it happen. So I thank you all for your presence, engagement, cooperation, and we look forward to staying in touch with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a big round of applause again. It was such an inspiring speech. He says, ethical business is good business, and one step at a time, and we will surely get there. We thank you very much, resident representative. So we'll move to the last remarks, which will be delivered by Anna Thorland, who is a governance and public administration expert working with UNPOG, DESA. She'll be delivering this speech on behalf of the director of DPIDG, Mr. Juang Zhu, as well as the head of UNPOG, Mr. Bukem Shim. Anna, you have the floor.
Honorable Grace Malera, Ombudsman's Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Shigeki Komatsubara, Resident Representative, UNDP Malawi, His Lordship Justice Redson Kapindu, High Court of Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, for your commitment engagement, and excellent interaction. This has been a very dynamic and productive workshop, reflecting on the many dimensions of corruption and the ways and means to tackle it through increased accountability and a focus on ethical behavior and integrity in your institutions. Without this shift in culture across the public sector, it will be extremely difficult to deliver on the vision that inspired Malawi 2063 and to turn its promise into reality. I note that in Malawi's first voluntary national review of the SDGs, the government singled out for mention SDG 16, which refers to the importance of strong institutions that are free from corruption and promote transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight some of the key observations from the last 2 days. Given Malawi's sociopolitical environment and economic context, it is vital that Malawi public institutions show themselves to be accountable and transparent in their handling of public funds and their interactions these 3 days, that fighting corruption is everybody's business. The governance structures, laws, and policies are in place to ensure good coordination, collaboration, and understanding between all the stakeholders. They are largely aligned with the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and are important to the delivery of the second National Anti-Corruption Strategy in Malawi. Now, it is time to turn commitment into action, or in the words of the Lordship Justice Kapindo, to spark the flames of the morally accepted standard of behavior. The outcome of this workshop must be to improve public service by making it accountable, responsible, and efficient. Specifically, in order to entrench anti-63, we agree on the following: the enhancement of public sector performance, which is a key enabler of the 26 performance management systems in all the institutions. Adhering to the rule of law was a constant theme in the discussions. I heard of abuse of power, and this will translate into a just and fair society where accountability is the norm. Invest in data capacities and data sharing platforms to enable transparency and build trust, and to fill data gaps to better measure progress on the SDGs. This must be a priority for Malawi if it is to have the evidence base necessary for policy and decision making as it emerged from the COVID-19 crisis and builds its resilience to face the challenge of future threats to the country development. Collaboration was another word across the days. Harmony and reciprocity with the stronger partnerships between institutions were never more needed than today. They are vital to the government's effort to improve the delivery of essential services to all citizens. Education and empowerment of the youth require strengthening the capacity of primary and secondary education institutions to teach anti-corruption, integrity, and ethics. Adopting a holistic and whole-of-government approach is necessary to build capacity to overcome the silos and ensure the consistency and quality of the data collection. This requires improved capacity of local authorities and better statistics systems. And lastly, reporting acts of corruption must be encouraged through the legislation and regulation. We have agreed this week that these are all important to fostering a culture of accountability, transparency, legality, integrity, and fairness in the public service of Malawi. I am confident that this workshop has produced an enhanced understanding of how these approaches can be accelerate progress on the SDGs, and encourage the Office of the Ombudsman to continue working hand in hand with the UN Resident Coordinator's Office and UNDP in Malawi to develop a roadmap to bring the nationwide anti-corruption campaign to schools. Ethics and integrity starts at school. Dear participants, I encourage you to become champions of ethical behavior in your own roles and to take pride in the delivery of the public services that you are responsible for, especially in the areas related to procurement, management of public finances, or management of human resources. I would like to thank the significant number of organizations that contribute to success, the UN Ethics Office, the UN Office on Drug and Crime, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the Office of the Ombudsman in Malawi, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the University of Malawi, the Malawi Institute for Management, the National Registration Bureau, the Auditor General of Malawi, UNDP Malawi, and my colleagues in UNDESA. My special thanks goes to the Honorable Grace Malera, Ombudsman, for her leadership in organizing this important workshop, to her office and to my colleagues from the UN Malawi, particularly UNDP. Please rest assured that UNDESA will continue to work with our colleagues in the Resident Coordination Office, UNDP, and our partners in other parts of the UN system to support your capacity building efforts in the fight against corruption and to support the government of Malawi to bring about a more just and fair society in Malawi. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. A round of applause again for her. Thank you so much for a well-delivered remarks. And I think all that they have said, we are privileged to have gotten these great speeches from these high profile officials expressing their thankfulness for how we've all collaborated for a successful event till this far. I don't have much to say again, they've said everything. And all I want to say is that we are really very impressed about the outcome. I know each one of us is very impressed about what has transpired so far. I will just have two more announcements, then we proceed. So as part of the actions we're going to do, we're going to follow up on the action plan as mentioned. There's going to be a group created. Then we have a timeline, possibly by close of this month, we should have had the first draft. The information, specific information will be communicated to each group. Next, I know we've been so patient until this time. It's very important we do an evaluation for this workshop. We want to really get your feedback. Where did we go right? Where didn't we go well? What is the next step going forward? So what we will do is that we wouldn't want to bother you at this point. We will just send the links to you by close of today. Kindly, patiently fill out the questionnaire or the survey and send us your feedback. Let it be candid. Tell us your mind, what exactly you felt about the workshop. And we can work as partners. As we all know, multi-stakeholder, we are all stakeholders in the fight against corruption. And I know that when we go by the words, a step at a time and engaging well together, we can go places. I want to thank you all for your patience, your enthusiasm, the inspiration we derive from this workshop, and all that you've done that in a wonderful way, we've come to a successful end. Let's congratulate ourselves with a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. So at this point, yes, so at this point, we'll call a volunteer to pray for us, then we proceed to lunch. Thank you for sacrificing for your lunch until this time. So we need a word of prayer from somebody. I think it would be a privilege to pray to close this event. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's come forward and close us.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are very thankful because of the beautiful session that we have had. Father God, in Jesus' mighty name, we are very thankful for the lessons that we have learned and even for the interaction that we have had. We know, Father, there's nothing that just happened for the sake of it. You had a purpose, and there's something big that is going to be built out of these sessions. We are very grateful because you love us, and that's why you prepare such kind of events. Father, we pray that God, you guide us, you help us as we are going to implement several interventions coming out of the resolutions that we have made from these sessions. Father, give us the zeal, the courage, and even God, that energy that God will fulfill what you intend us to fulfill. Help us, Father God, that God we shall save our fellow citizens well. That Father God, we shall become examples in several areas that we are going, and even in our areas of jurisdiction. Father God, on our own, we may not manage it, but God, we draw our confidence and strength from you. May you guide us, may you help us even as we are dispersing. In Jesus' mighty name, God, we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this point, we officially close the event. I wish you all an enjoyable lunch, and I pray you have a successful journey back to your offices and your homes. And let's keep in touch. Cheers. We thank our technicians for a wonderful job. They've been yes, I think they've done so well. Yeah. No, thank